Welcome to the stream. And today we're actually going to get to hopefully implementing some of the game. You could say gameplay. Gameplay is just going to consist of reading and then using the number keys and the keypad. You can actually use the keypad if numlock is on to make a choice between 1 and 9, and 0 I mapped to quit, so that always quits. In any case, we'll see if we can make this into a game. Right now I'm using ChatGPT, the free ChatGPT 4.0 or whatever, while it's still free to me, and I've uploaded my notes to it, and it's analyzed it. And so let's look and see what it says. Okay, so let's go over here back to the browser, and let's go ahead and go to desktop. And let me know if you're hearing everything okay uh, through whatever various means, YouTube chat or IRC, if you're using either of those. Okay. Um, let's see. What did it come up with? Okay. To analyze your document, I'll focus on identifying the following key elements: characters, main characters, and their traits, roles, motivations, and arcs. Any supporting or non-player characters, NPCs, world building, locations, key settings, and unique environmental details. Story arcs, plot lines, conflicts, resolutions, and how they interconnect, major themes and tones, game mechanics, any reference to gameplay elements, e.g. puzzles and challenges, combat, special notes, any standout ideas, recurring motifs, or potential challenges. Let me review the document and provide a structured breakdown based on these elements. One moment. Based on provided notes, here's a summary and breakdown of what the design document contains and how it aligns with the current roadmap. Now, I'm actually going to go ahead and record because I'm going to be doing some work in here. Uh, so for later when I put it into a video update. Okay, so that should start recording. And right, okay. Key elements: Enchanted Lands notes, characters, good guys, John Thomas, Hubert Halfway, Princess Karen, the Count, Roland, the Dwarf, Sir William, the Unicorn, Kurt Wolf. Now, he was in the original, my original notes, which are in the document as well. He is the cowardly werewolf. He gets bit by a wolf, but instead of becoming this evil, you know, uh, this ravenous wolf that wants to eat people, he instead turns super coward, super scared of everything and everybody. Okay, villains: Maximilian Spell, Barty the Gnome, Nestor the Dragon, Violet Moonshadow, the Black Knight, Zanzibar the Great, and I don't see Cricktooth in there. I'm pretty sure it was in my notes, so I'll have to ask ChatGPT about that. Because Kurt Wolf isn't in the later notes, I don't think. He's in the earlier notes, though. World building: Magical Resort Kingdom struggling with financial and political challenges. Core locations include the schools, Knights Academy, Fairy God College, Wizard U, and Princess Prep. The Grand Enchanted Landian Hotel, uh, Dwarf Mines, and Administration Buildings. Story arc: Central conflict: Maximilian Spell aims to conquer the realms using a puppet king, mining Quicksilver, and magical experiments. Multiple intertwining subplots involving rescuing the princess, freeing the dwarves, and reactivating the schools. Game mechanics: puzzles tied to character-specific arcs, freeing dwarves, restoring driving, solving mines-related challenges. Interaction system ranging from exploration and dialogue trees to managing inventory, which will be eventually what I'll be doing, but not in this first phase. Overarching narrative with inciting incidents, turning points, resolutions for heroes and villains, a hybrid cutscene and interactive story approach for delivering plot points. Okay. Missing or unexplored elements for integration into the roadmap. Puzzle integration. While the roadmap includes puzzle design, specific mention of linking puzzles or to major characters or the world could align better with the story arcs. That's because I purposely didn't put puzzles in there because that's the gameplay part, and that goes in between the plot points. So I have to tell ChatGPT that. Villain encounters. Playing as or against villains originally suggested could provide a unique gameplay loop, but might need its own step or integration point. Dynamic locations. The notes mention varied settings, hotels, mines. Developing these scenes interactively could be specified in the roadmap under clickable hotspots. Okay. Character growth systems for protagonists like John and Hubert. Milestones for character development, e.g., regaining magic, earning leadership roles could also help map to gameplay mechanics. Cinematic and story delivery, a roadmap phase for refining how cutscenes and interactive narratives blend. Would you like to focus first on integrating these elements into the roadmap, or should we prioritize developing actionable steps for one of the characters or settings? Okay, so first thing is you're missing at least one character, and that's partly because I wrote them in the early notes, but not the later. Hold on. Before I do something here, good guys, bad guys, Nestor. Okay. Let's see. At least two characters. And that's partly because I wrote them in early notes, but not the later. And in one case, changed what I wanted. Let's see. Okay, here carrying account and on doors. So he included Kurt Wolf. He didn't. Okay, so Crooktooth was the bad guy, and he wasn't in there. So they don't. It doesn't have Chester in here, and here it doesn't have Crooktooth. Partly because Chester Nestor, Crooktooth became Chester Nestor, and then I decided to change it a little bit. And okay, so the count's in there. That's fine. So what? Okay, so what characters are we missing? We're missing Chester, and we're actually missing Crooktooth, mainly because that wasn't exact. It wasn't exactly a removal, and also missing Red Riding Hood. I might have decided to cut Red Riding Hood and the Cowardly Werewolf. Cowardly Werewolf isn't exactly based on a particular like fairy tale creature or story. It's kind of an amalgamation of the Cowardly Lion and then werewolves in general. And then the fact that Red Riding Hood tracks down wolves to get their pelts. Specifically in this world, it'd be werewolves, but still. Um, I wonder if I should let ChatGPT find putting the missing characters. Um, you're missing a even though in one case actually yeah, even though in one case you're missing a few characters that are in one revision. If you notice, the first set of plot points are rewritten in the second. And not another. Could you include them in your analysis? Okay, do that. Peter mentioned early drafts submitted in subsequent versions. Here's what is missing or inconsistently wrote. Chester the Graphic appears in some section with a subplot about overcoming his enchantment and becoming friends with Nestor. His inclusion seems inconsistent across drafts. Described as Chester's bully, but not enchanted. His character and storyline, where he reconciles with Chester, is incomplete or missing in places. Of course. Both names appear in different contexts, like referring to the same character with depths here. I don't know. I don't remember doing Princess character, and it's possible I mistyped it or I typed it twice. Matt Violet Moonshadow Agonist. I don't know. What detailed plans refers to as witch and tries to fair guide college, but her full details aren't consistently present across. The Black Knight has NM the unicorn. No, okay. So this is sort of a breakdown here. Um, so I'm not sure what to do. I mean, I can tell it to either reanalyze it or I can tell it to okay, so yeah. Huh. Hold on a second. Huh. Um, would you reanalyze the characters? Would you reanalyze the notes? Compile a list of all one revision and not another. And then list them here. Okay. We're gonna see that flies. Because maybe it's breaking down now or something. I had something happen with the Brave browser. If you do too long of a conversation, it totally breaks down and starts repeating words and not become nonsensical. I have a feeling it's because they're using the memory tab memory. Maybe I keep thinking because you can open another search and do the Brave AI thing and it works. Okay. So here's okay. Here's a complete list of heroes and villains from the China Lens design notes, including characters appearing in different revisions or sections. John Thomas, Hubert Halfway, Princess Karen, Sir William the Unicorn, Kurt Wolf, the Cowardly Werewolf, Roland the Oversized Dwarf, Chester the Friendly Dragon, and the Count. Right. Okay. Villains. Maximilian Spell, aka Maximilians, Violet Moonshadow, Barty the Gnome, Black Knight, Red Riding Hood, Nestor the Dragon, Zan's Brother Great. Okay, so yeah, character is still missing. You're missing Crypttooth, and I think that's partly because I essentially split Crypttooth into Chester and Nestor, but I'm thinking later I might want to include all three. Crypttooth the Dragon. And a small note that I spelled Karen originally with an E, but at one point either misspelled or on purpose, I can't remember, I did with an I, and I think I like the spelling with the I in it, partly because of the word, the name Karen, here, Karen is similar to, and partly because it makes it slightly foreign or fantasy. Like, it's not exactly fantasy. It's just enough to kind of make it off. Uh, okay, so let's do that. Uh, okay, let's see what memory updated. Got it. I've noted the potential inclusion of Krikutha along with Chester Nestor's distinct dragons and preferences for the name Karen for the princess. Um, okay. 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 Please please show me the revised list. And I realize that with an AI, I don't necessarily need to say please and thank you, but I'm thinking at some point it's going to be like humans, and I don't know if it's not going to feel like a human, but maybe it will react because eventually they want to make androids essentially. So they'll act, they'll have a programming that is like feeling, even though it's not like how we feel stuff like that. So I always, like I'm talking to a person, even though I'm totally not talking to a person, and I know that. Okay, so let's see the revised list. Heroes. Okay, Princess Karen, Sir William the Unicorn, formerly Knight, cursing the unicorn due to arrogance, seeks redemption and restoration. Kurt Wolf, nervous and neurotic, turns into a scared werewolf who helps avoid Red Riding Hood's schemes. There we go. So I might keep Red Riding Hood in there, maybe. And maybe I should have her character, but maybe she shouldn't be called Red Riding Hood. Maybe it should still be the character, like you should still be able to recognize it uh, when you're playing it as Red Riding Hood, but she has a name, and so it's not so much. It's not really exactly based off of the fairy tale, right? Um, the wolf that slept in Grandma's bed and took her clothes and wanted to eat the children. And I think in the original story that the father, I think it's father, anyways, is a woodsman. He comes in and basically cuts open the wolf and then gets the kids back out, or gets Red Riding Hood back out, along with Grandma. Anyways, that's kind of weird and morbid, but um, so maybe what I'll do is I'll come up with a name. Okay. Okay. So we got John Thomas, shy introverted librarian from Arizona, drawn into the Channel Lands through magical chocolate bar. That's about right. He were halfway wizard who lost half his magic during divorce. Okay, I have to fix that because I decided I didn't want to do the divorce in here. Known for spells that only partially work. Princess Karen, from a realm where non-magicals can gain magical powers, kidnapped by villains. Sir William the Unicorn, formerly Knight, cursing the Unicorn due to his arrogance, seeks redemption and restoration. Kurt Wolf, okay, we just saw that cowardly werewolf. Roland the oversized dwarf, a half dwarf, half giant, searching for his father and acceptance among the dwarfs. Chester the friendly dragon unaffected by enchantment, he befriends the heroes and works to free the other dragons. Okay, the Count, misunderstood vampire searching for a mate to revive his race and assist in the fight against Max. I like the analysis though. Maximilian Spell, evil wizard disguised as a billionaire businessman and seeks to conquer the realms using enchanted armies. Violet Moonshadow, a sinister witch who portrayed Hubert, stealing half his magic and works for Max. Okay, Barry the Gnome, Max's greedy henchman, and King of the Gnomes holds dwarves hostage in their minds. The Black Knight, a fearsome warrior hunting Sir William with a taste for unicorn meat, right? Um, Red Riding Hood twists her fairy tale origins to seduce and capture werewolves for Max's army. Okay, I got it. And that's mostly right. Nestor the dragon, a mean dragon leading raids. Despite his rough exterior, he harbors loneliness and a need for connection. I guess that's kind of far the language that you'd expect from an AI, right? But it's still right. Uh, you find out he's mean because he lost his brother and and he grew up alone basically, and so he hates humans. Cryptooth, the dragon, a dangerous and cunning dragon whose motives are mysterious, represents a greater threat than Nestor, but operates independently of Max. Okay. I don't remember the thing about operating independently, but maybe he does. I have to look in that. I have to develop the character more, I think. Zanzibar the Great, Norman Loman, a magician turned con man who bluffs his way into enchanted lands and becomes a scheming ally of Max. Okay. Okay, so we need to address one thing, which is I don't really want divorce and extramarital affairs a part of the game or story. I should have changed in the later revision to say that Hubert. My original idea for the Black Knight, I think it's just going to stay like this. Maybe the Black Knight ends up being an enchanted suit of armor still when he defeats it. But say that Hubert, wizards share their magic. Wizards have a tradition to share their magic with their mates. And the tradition is usually after marriage. That's for normal people. But Violet convinces Hubert to do it before, as he is betrothed to marry her before she betrays him. Okay, so that's the one thing that's one of the things I want to do. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, has been noted. Okay, updating the list now. Who lost sight of Matt due to betrayal. Wizards traditionally share their magic with their mates after marriage, but Hubert, who, while betrothed to Violet, shared his magic with her early at her insistence, only to be betrayed. Known for spells that only partially work. Okay, good. Princess Karen, everything is good so far. Okay, so I also wanted to work on Red Riding Hood a little because she is the only character from an actual fairy tale. Actual fairy tale. I think this is why I removed her and Kurt Wolf. I don't know how I spelled that. Yeah. Okay, just one F. Maybe I want two Fs on there. Nah, I'll just leave it. I'll just leave it one F. Her and Kurt, because it's not quite as consistent. However, the character is still central to the plot. So maybe I want to come up with a different name, or at least a name that is similar, um, so people can connect her with the character without officially basing it off of the fairy tale character. I wonder if so to be clear, I want Kurt and Red to still be there, but I want to change Red's name a little bit. Yeah, I'll see what ChatGPT comes up with. Maybe it'll come up with something decent. I'll still guide it because if I don't like it, I'll have it change it and stuff. But we'll see here. Okay, let's brainstorm some name ideas. Scarlet Hunter, Ruby Woodward, Rosalie Hood, Ravina Hark. I don't know what Ravina is. Scarlet Forrester, Rowan Reed. Rowan, I don't even think is a female name. Or would you refine the options further? Okay, let's see something here. Okay. Red Riding Hood. Let's see. Red Rider. Red Rider's an old cowboy character, but no. Uh, hmm, that's a thought. Uh, Scarlet is good. Scarlet would be something that I would probably want to do. Okay, so let's say Scarlet. Um, and Red as a nickname. Um, but I still need a last name, and it should be something that evokes the Riding Hood, um, word, I guess. Riding Hood. Okay. So this is kind of interesting. Scarlet Hunter might actually not be a bad idea as far as the part that she plays. So, Rider. Okay. Um, Woodlandville. Haywood, Reading, uh, Huntress, Rydell, Elico, variant of writing, Red Rydell. Scarlet Red Rydell, maybe Scarlet Red. So just forward enough, just a little bit enough. Holloway. Right. Hmm. That's good. That's good. There's a reason I don't want to do writer, and not that any of you will actually even know it, but there is I'm not sure if it was a comic. It might have been a comic strip about a cowboy named Red Rider. That's I know how most of you who don't know who Red Rider is will know the name Red Rider. If you think back to Christmas Story, what's the gun that Ralphie wanted? He wanted the Red Rider. Uh, what was it called? Anyways, it's a BB gun, right? The Red Rider BB gun. Red Rider it was a character from the 50s. So he was, I think he was first a comic strip, and then they made him into a series of movies, short movies, or well, I say short because they're an hour long. A lot of the B movies in like the 30s, 40s, and 50s were often an hour or just over an hour, so they weren't very long. Okay. Well, memory updated. Okay, so I'll have to come back later. It says 5:25, but I'm not going to be able to do that today. So, okay. Really, I wanted to get to the locations. I wanted to extract the locations, but whatever. I guess I have to do that myself. It actually did give an idea of some locations. I know some of the locations by heart because I remember writing about them. Um, so I guess what I should do is I should go ahead and I was going to start with the. I was going to go ahead and start with the actual game part itself, you know. But now I could use regular Chat GPT, what 3.0 or whatever. But this conversation isn't going to go uh, until I do that, I guess. See, let's see if I can still type something in here though. Um, okay, I've got to. I want to narrow it down to either Rydell or Holloway. Is it going to let me enter anything? No? So that's weird. It's supposed to revert back to regular Chat GPT, but it's not doing Chat GPT. Chat GPT 3, but for some reason it's not doing that. So, all right. Okay, so we're done with this part. I'll be doing it by myself, I guess, which is fine, which is what I do anyways if I never had that. Okay, so how long have I actually, well, I haven't been streaming that long exactly. Oh, shoot. Oh, there we go. Why? Okay. That, okay, let's switch back to webcam real quick. Everything seems to be going correct here. Uh, yeah. I didn't, let's open this in a new thing. Okay. Just making sure I have the thing on here. All right, so we're just gonna go ahead and close down ChatGPT, and what do I want to do? Do I want to pull up my notes again? And yeah, okay. Let's pull up my let's pull up my notes. Actually, is there a way to view? Is there a way to enforce these preferences I have for this particular folder to all my folders, like you can in Windows? Anybody know that? I guess this is the GNOME file manager, I guess. I'm using Linux Mint Debian Edition. Uh, so I'm assuming that this is a GNOME desktop. So, anyways, I guess it's not that important right now. What is important is I should go back into my notes. Intro video notes. What's Oh yeah, this is notes for I had recorded several like videos what I was gonna do for my intro, and I have several things in here. What do I have here? Oh, and this is all the stuff I was gonna say in my first update too. Okay. Anyways, that's unimportant. Let's go to here. That's okay. Okay. Back Red Riding Hood. Kurt Wolf. Mm, Crooktooth is in here in this one, and of course Red Riding Hood. And okay. Okay. And I don't know if I remembered before or if I mentioned it. I should have mentioned at least that um, I had an idea that if I was ever going to make a sequel, uh, I know I say oh a lot. I got to stop doing that, even if it's just a stream. But okay, so I said I had an idea for a sequel if it ever got that far. It's not going to necessarily get that far, but I also figured out a way of answering the problem with the king. Now, of course, there's. I mean, I might could still leave it off. I'm not sure. I haven't decided yet. But the uh, the real king is has been banished himself. He hasn't been killed. And what I was thinking later, if I ever made this, that I could use that as a sequel. So John is searching for the real king or the original king, however you want to say it, because right at this point he's king. Or maybe at this point he's not king, and that can. I was gonna say that that later can be part of the sequel if I do a sequel. And I know I shouldn't be thinking about sequels this early, but um, the only reason I'm thinking that is because it's kind of an open end or a loose end, or sometimes you could say a plot hole, but it's not necessarily a plot hole either. Um, because they get rid of the king and you presume that he might be dead, and then at the end I can say, well, no, he's not dead. Actually, he was banished to some other realm, and we don't know what realm it is, and so we'd have to figure out clues, and we'd have to travel to that realm and stuff, and then and maybe it's all about being king. And then the other thing is kind of a spoiler too, but I don't think I'll ever get to that point. I might not even do that, allude to it in this game at all, maybe. But one of my original stories, I called the Seventh Gem, and supposedly they hid these gems throughout different realms, and the bad guy supposedly got his hand on most of them, but he couldn't find the last one. And the gems are actually not gems; they're actually sons of the king and queen that they were sent out to hopefully you know, before things went really bad when he showed up. So they get sent to these other realms, and eventually people don't know where they are, and John ends up in our realm. And so there's going to be this whole subplot about him being an actual prince, and so So I was still thinking, well, if I made a sequel, I could do this deal where he's searching for the king. The king turns out to be his dad. He turns out to be a prince, and he becomes the new king. And that's kind of the whole premise of a sequel. If I did a sequel, and I don't know of any villains or anything. I didn't come up with that. I have a couple. There's these couple of ideas that are from other stories and that are possible loose ends, things that didn't get resolved in the story that I wrote for Enchanted Lands. But the one thing that I could do instead is just I could make the Black Knight actually the king, actually the real king, under an enchantment. Because I don't know if you remember when I was talking about my original idea for the Black Knight and how at night the Black Knight's armor would be disenchanted and inside was actually a princess, and and uh, and then I kind of thought better of it because I had something in there that might be misconstrued as uh, racially charged, you might say, and it wasn't on purpose. It wasn't a thing that I was trying to do. It was just a weird story thing that I was thinking that would be kind of cool. And but so and I'm really not doing that right now. I don't think. In fact, I don't have it in my revised notes. I don't have it in my typed in notes. I actually rewrote those, revised those from my early notes. So actually, the notes in this, some things are revised. It's actually a revised version of the early notes, and then um, the second, the revised notes are actually the second revision. So it's I don't know. It's kind of weird, but just because I thought it was cringy and stuff. But what I might could do is the the real king is actually uh, trapped in the Black Knight's armor because the armor's enchanted, and then I could just kind of resolve everything. And really, all John wanted was a date. And even though I put in this one point where he gets voted to be king, maybe they find the real king, and maybe the king designates him as his heir or something. Who knows? I could still work the whole prince father angle thing in it. Um, for a sequel, if I wanted to do a sequel, I mean, it's a little bit of a stretch because if he finds it out, he finds it out, and that's it, right? So all the king has to do is say, "You're it," but it doesn't mean that the king has to be it. Um, and then I don't know, I could do some other things in a sequel. Just things just start popping in my head when I just start thinking of stuff. And in fact, the story kind of takes a kind of a mind of its own, sort of. So just now I was thinking, well, I had the seventh gem, jewel, gem, um, thing in an earlier story that kind of eventually became this, where these brothers were sent to different realms. Well, uh, what if he finds out he's the prince and a guy comes back in and challenges the king and or challenges John to the throne because he's actually a brother, John's brother. I could do that. I could work kind of that angle. In fact, I could do lots of different sequels with each of the brothers for that matter. Um, but yeah, I'm not really focusing. I'm not really thinking about doing a sequel. What I mean is I have a few story ideas that could work as sequels because suddenly the story pops out in my head. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. So I could just say I could either uh, resolve the king missing with the fact of the enchanted armor, um, which might make a little bit more sense. He's hunting Sir William, who was his best knight. when he was not enchanted or not trapped in the armor. And yeah, so I might do that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so what was I going to do here? I even forgot what I was going to do here. I guess I was going to go ahead and go to the bottom, and I was going to start with by listing locations, right? Because you can't really have the story without the location. So this is now my kind of active design document, you might say, or story Bible or whatever. So let's just go ahead and put some dashes here, and I'm going to try to think of all the locations that I wrote in here. I should think of most of them, um, but we'll see. So we have locations. Okay, let me record again, I think. Let's see here. Yes, I'm recording. Good, good, good. Let's switch to the desktop. Here. And we can full screen this. So here, switch into the desktop. And maybe I won't get to the first part of the game today. Maybe that'll have to be tomorrow. But locations, very important. Okay, so we have, I guess not in order of importance, we have Knights Academy. I'm just going to write down the names. Maybe I'll write the descriptions in a little bit. But we'll just write the names right now. Knights Academy. Wizard University. Wizard U. And this just has a nickname because university is a long word, and so you tend to say, whatever you and in cases of colleges here in the US, a lot of times it's just like based on the acronym, PSU or something or whatever. Uh, be Pennsylvania State, OSU. OSU is Oregon State University. But Wizard U. Okay, and we have we think, okay, Fairy God College. And I had a thing because Fairy God College does not look right because it's not a real word. It's like fairy godmother, godmother and godfathers are real words. So, but you wouldn't capitalize it or hyphen. Godfather and godmother is, see? And that's how you spell it. So I might put the college part as lowercase, like a one word. Fairy God College, right? And then Princess Preparatory Academy. I'd say school because Knights Academy. Preparatory, I guess I spelled that wrong. Huh. Okay. Let me see something here. What is prep short for in prep school? Now it's preparatory, but I don't know how to spell it, so. Preparatory. Preparatory. That's right, to prepare, right? Okay, I guess I should have known that. Preparatory. Uh, let's see something. Is there another word for school or academy that starts with a P? Probably not, but Polytechnic. Frontisserie, a rare or obsolete term for school or academy mentioned in search results. Wow. Polytechnic might be good. Polytechnic is specific, but considering that this is supposed to be funny, that might work. You know, Princess Preparatory Polytechnic, Princess Prep, or PPP. That might be quite funny actually. Uh, oh, Frontistery, front, Frontistery, Frontistery. Define Frontistery. A thinking place, an establishment devoted to education or study. Huh. Interesting. What's the history of the word frontistery? Ancient Greek, meaning a thinker. That's interesting. It's like monastery, but frontistery. Let's see if it will play for me. Sometimes these work and don't work. Frontistry. Interesting. So this is pronounced frontistry. Princess Preparatory Frontistry. That doesn't really work. A library's wood paneled reading room was a perfect frontistry for studying. Interesting. Cool. All right. That is not going to work though because the whole thing has got to be alliteration, or I don't. I can do Princess Preparatory Academy because the Preparatory Academy is still, or Princess Preparatory School. But what about Polytechnic? Of course, Polytechnic is specific. So define Polytechnic. Probably means many techniques, so many different. Yeah, let's see. Exhibition of objects belonging to the industrial arts and manufacturers and educational institutions, special instruction in technical subjects. A number of such institutions are in successful operation in London. Uh, Concerning or comprehending many arts, nothing specifically educational institution in which instruction is given on many arts. Huh. Wikipedia. Schools that teach engineering, schools that offer profession-oriented practical training, applied sciences and vocational fields. Interesting. Okay, Knights Academy and Preparatory Academy. Hmm. Princess Preparatory Polytechnic. I mean, it sounds funny. It's not, technically correct though, because the type of school Princess Prep is helping people to be princesses for a day, kind of thing. So, Princess Preparatory Polytechnic. Nah, I'll just go ahead. Princess Preparatory. Yeah. Princess Preparatory School. Preparatory School? Prep School? Princess Prep School. Well, we have two academies here, but whatever. Okay. Maybe I can rename Knights Academy to something else. It's Princess Prep. Okay. So those are 4 locations to start with. Let me think of some. Let me try something here. Knights Polytechnic, Knight Polytechnic. That doesn't sound right either, though. Uh, what kind of word evokes a school for knights? Here. Well, the AI this Academy, Knights Academy appears in one of the search results, specifically. Huh? There's such a thing as a Knights Academy. Uh, honorific order that confers knighthoods. Knight's Code of Chivalry. Yeah, it's not. I'm not talking about sense of formal education, training, and adherence to a code of conduct, which are relative to a school for knights. So a knight academy academy is a real thing. Concept of Knight Academy existed in various forms throughout history. Historical background: Knight academies were first established in Western European states in the late 16th century. Primary goal of preparing aristocratic youth for state military service. They added to the hitherto rudimentary education of the aristocratic youth natural science, statesmanship, and languages. Many of these institutions later converted to humanistic high schools. The first German institution modeled on the French ones were the Collegium Illustri of Tübingen. I'm going to pronounce that. Founded in 1594. In 1598, another Knight Academy was founded in Kassel. Modern interpretation. In many modern times, the concept of Knight Academy has been reimagined in fictional settings such as Lego and Exzel Knight series, where Knights Academy is an institution that teaches children how to become knights to protect the kingdom of Knighton. You know, and that means that could possibly be a copyright issue, maybe. Knights Academy. Lego use it fictionally. Can others legally use Knights Academy fictionally as well? Just give me an idea here. Okay. Trademark status of Knights Academy not explicitly stated and provided information. However, it can be inferred that if Knights Academy is intended to be used as a trademark, it need to be registered. Yeah. The legality uses Knights Academy in a fictional context depends on various factors. If the name is not trademarked, it's likely that it can be used in a fictional story without infringing on any trademarks. However, the name is trademarked. If the name is trademarked, okay, fair use, no confusion. What is the Lego name Knights Academy trademark? Not explicitly mentioned and provided information, however, is related to the next to Knights trademark, which is a registered trademark of Lego Group. That's fine. Okay, well, I don't guess I'll worry about that right now, but I guess Knights Academy is a real deal here. I was just hoping, uh, okay. Maybe I can get it to help me out with something, though, instead. So I have, uh, in my story, two fictional schools called Knights Academy and Princess Prep. Only uh, Prep is short for preparatory. So thus the full name would be Princess Preparatory uh, Academy. Uh, okay, so I always have this weird thing about names. Coming up with names always a problem for me, and I always have to spend a lot of time thinking up the correct name, or else it just bugs me. Only I already call the night school. That's interesting. Night school, like night school, like when you go at night for class. Night school, night school. I may have already come up with my deal. Let's call it night school as a. So hereby, Knights Academy is now called Night School. Why? Because it sounds funny. Like night school. Like this should be a word, right? Night school is not a word, it's two words then, I guess. So night school, night school. Fairy God College, Princess Preparatory Academy, Princess Prep. Night school, night school. That sounds good. Okay. Actually, night school. And is night school a word, or uh, does it need to be two words like night school? I guess it's got to be two words. I guess it's the proper English for it. Uh, I guess let's just do that because I know what night school is. Um, so if I made it into a single word, that would not be linguistically, I guess, or maybe grammatically correct. I don't know what I'm thinking of. Two separate words. While it's possible to find instances of night school being used as a single word, it's not standard and preferred spelling in most. Now, okay, so and we have two things, right? Night school or night school, single word. Well, I'll just leave it. I'll leave it like this. Night school, like night school, like you go to night school at night, but this is a school for nights. Night school. Okay, that's actually not bad. Here. Okay, so the administration castle, the castle rules enchanted, and Okay, so one of the ideas I had, and I don't think it's in any of the notes for some reason, but I still had it as an idea, is that the castle would actually be up in the clouds. So you'll actually somehow need to get a flying car up there. And I might still do that because I still like I think that idea is cool. This castle in the clouds idea is pretty cool. So I might do that. Okay, so uh the Grand Enchanted Landian. Yeah, let's take this out because this is the description. This is not a nickname, and we're gonna do descriptions afterwards. I might put the descriptions in here in this, but okay. So if you don't know, Disneyland has the Grand Californian, and this does Disney World. What's Disney World's big one? Um, let's see. What is Disney World's big hotel called? They'll probably talk about the contemporary and those other, but there's one of them. I'm trying to think of here. Oh, well, not the contemporary or the Polynesian. That's not it. I live down here, so I should know. List of current Disney resort hotels. Okay, I guess I'll look at that for a sec. Bay Lake, Animal Kingdom. Oh, it's the Grand Floridian. That's why I was thinking of the Grand Californian, the Grand Floridian, right? So I thought it'd be funny to put in to call this the Grand Enchanted Landian as its big hotel. And the Grand Enchanted Landian right now is closed up too, I believe. So, but it's a location. In fact, it's used as a base for Max's operations, at least while he doesn't have control of the castle. The Grand Enchanted Landian, the bats in the belfry. I'll go ahead and say hotel because I don't know. Motel doesn't really work because motel is technically because of cars, motor cars, motor in, that sort of thing. So that's what motor is about. I want to say motel because it's cheap though, and maybe I'll leave it as motel just for the heck of it, I guess. You know, maybe it is a motel. Maybe it has parking spaces for carriages, right? I mean, could be, right? You have flying trains and you have two-way magic mirrors and you have some sort of modern conveniences, but it's all based on magic and whatever. This could be kind of a similar deal. Okay, Bats and Belfry Motel, Scarborough Fair. Maybe I'll put the E on the end. Chicken. Scarborough Fair or SFC. I don't like using KFC as a name, but that sounds funny. Scarborough Fair Chicken, which is a restaurant. In fact, it's basically the only restaurant open. It's a fast food restaurant in Enchanted It's called Scarborough Fair Chicken. And okay, so what else do we got? What else do we got? Um, we have. I'm trying to think of some of this from memory. Dwarf Mines, Gnome Kingdom. What else do we have? Okay, Forest of Fading Thoughts. This is kind of like the least, I don't know, imaginative. Not that Dwarf Mines or Gnome Kingdom is. Put the Gnome Kingdom. Uh, And maybe I should give the dwarf mines a name. Force of Fading Thoughts kind of sounds. Maybe if I was doing a real fantasy, and even then it might sound kind of corny or cheesy or something. Force of Fading Thought is not uh, something that I've always been that happy with as far as the name goes, because this is the first place that John ends up after falling, uh, after waking up from the train uh, accident. He wakes up and it's this forest that doesn't have any leaves on it, and the the legend is, or the story is, that they had forgotten to grow back their leaves when they had lost them originally, and so, and then the idea is the longer you stay there, the more you forget things. And I was actually thinking of a location to actually do stuff in. Like if you stayed in it too long, you'd start forgetting stuff. Obviously, force of fading thoughts. I could say force of forgetfulness, but mm, it's not even a real thing. Force of forgetfulness. What if I just put it in a search and see what pops up? Force of forgetfulness. Force of forgetfulness. It's got to be like a real thing. Like somebody made it uh, in another Eden. It is a dungeon or another Eden. It is a dungeon or quest chain in the game where players can find various items and encounter monsters like Mycenids. I don't know how you pronounce that. The forest lies behind Midglance Castle and has randomized maps for each player. Okay, music. Also, the title of music track by Derek and Brandon uh, Fighter. Anyways, which is part of their fantasy music collection. The song is described as mysterious music about magical woods inhabited by mischievous elves, fairies, and pixies. Force of Forgetfulness. I could leave it like that. It's pretty cliche, but Force of Fading Thoughts almost sounds kind of dumb though. Still, doesn't it? In storytelling, the Force of Forgetfulness is a place where a young girl must find her way to regain her memories and recover the mysteries of the ancient trees before they consume her and everyone she loves. What is that from? Is something called storytelling, or is it just mean in a story? Similar concepts. There's also a concept called the Forgetful Valley, which is a forest connected to the spirit world where the heartbroken go. Okay. Um, and the newcomer frequent visitors to the forest. That's kind of interesting. What about this storytelling thing? What story was the Forest of Forgetfulness in? In one story, a young girl enters the forest. Maybe actually a little old story, including Lion and Unicorn and unique characteristics and behaviors, themes and settings. Sorry, the verse of forgetting gaming connections. Uh, that first story overview. What is it specifically? Is it an old legend or fairy tale? Or is it someone's novel? Or what? Multiple story versions. One story. First story with the girl named Alice. Where does it come from? Oh, related to the classic tale of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Okay, by Lewis Carroll. However, the specific story of Alice in the Forest of Forgetfulness is not directly mentioned in the provided information as part of the original one-line story. Alice Liddell told her stories about boat outings, eventually led to the creation of Wonderland Tale. Concept where Alice meets the creatures like land unicorn seems to introduce a new or adapted scenario, not explicitly covered in standard Alice adventures. Uh, Alice's image. Uh, how do you know? Actually, it doesn't know. It's the search results. How do you know that Alice in the forest of forgetfulness is part of uh, is related to Lewis uh, Carroll's Alice? I realize I made the assumption that without concrete evidence, the connection of the first forgetfulness Lewis Carroll not explicitly stated should not have been implied a direct relationship. Reality, I don't have enough information to confirm the story. Okay. Common character name. Okay. Okay, let's do something else. Let's do something slightly different here. While we're developing our story here. I guess I'm not going to actually get to some of the game today. Maybe I still will, but I was hoping to start the actual game part today. Okay, so let's go ask Grok. Um, where have where has the name the forest of forgetfulness appeared? Forgetfulness is one L. Appeared in stories or other forms of media. Maybe Grok will tell me. Raymond Solomon's book. What is the name of this book where characters like Alice the Lion and the Unicorn interact with the setting, dealing with themes of forgetfulness? Okay. The exact contents of Mother Eden, the Forest of Forgetfulness is a location within the game's world, specifically behind Midglance Castle. Okay. Peter Goss, your collection of Forest for Forgetting features a little title of story among others exploring themes of memory loss. Okay. Novella Force of Memory. Okay. All right. Uh, so maybe I'm changing my names here. Some of the names here, right? Princess Preparatory Academy, Princess Prep. Knights Academy is now Night School. I think it's very punny, if I do say so myself. Let's turn the Forest of Fading Thoughts in the Forest of Forgetfulness. And let's add a to it to make it sound complete. The Forest of Forgetfulness. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna. It might be a little bit early, but it's actually halfway through the day now, so I'm gonna go ahead and take a break here, and we will see. I'll see if I can think of more stuff about the locations. Maybe I can scan through the document a little bit to come up with any more locations that are suggested in the game. I think this is most of them right now. There's obviously there's villages, and I don't know where that would be and if that would be even featured in the game. other than saying that the villagers got taken, they're stolen. There's definitely supposed to be other restaurants and hotels, but they're all closed up. So I don't know if those are going to actually be locations. Um, might have might have a the street though. Okay, so what I was envisioning was kind of this clover leaf um, formation. So you'd have it's sort of like the I guess sort of like the way Disneyland works, where you have the four lands in like a circle, and then you have a hub, and then you have the street, right? That's sort of similar to like a cloverleaf. You know, cloverleaf is four areas, and then you have a strip down the middle, which would be like the stem of the clover leaf, where you would have like all your restaurants and shops, and that's right, it's gonna have shops too. So I don't know if I'll have a shop as a gameplay element or as a location. I suppose I should, but I have to think up something that involves going to a shop, and maybe I don't come up with that. So I'm not sure, but maybe a main street of sorts. Um, uh, I don't know if I'd call it Main Street though. I mean, I could call it Main Street. Straight up copy, and I don't know if I want to do that. So I have to think about that. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break, and I'll see you back in about 10 minutes or so. Please wait. And now the mic, right? And I'm clipping the mic now. And we are back. Just gives me a second. Just pushing the door to. Alrighty. Okay, so I was doing some looking around and doing some talking on IRC. And okay, so there's. I'm not sure if I will get to the actual gameplay, the actual gameplay. All it means is I'm gonna write some paragraphs that uh, that are rooms, and then you'll be able to make a choice on something. Um, and as I'm making this game, the text adventure version or the choose your own adventure version, um, first it's going to be limited in how much I put into it because I don't want to do billions of rooms because I got these other phases to get to. The next phase is actually separating the navigational movement from the keyboard movement. So you'll be able to like go north or go whatever. Maybe I'll have an up and down, you know. Whereas anything else that you interact with in the scene uh, is just going to be per scene, which is fine because you're not going to have any inventory. If I do inventory, it's not going to be how do I say it? You pick up something, you know, you need to find door's locked. You need to find a key. So you rummage around, whatever. You find a key or whatever. So let's give an example here of how we could do that. You need a key to open a door, but we don't have the inventory, so we can't pick up items and we can't put items down. But what we can do is we can let's say it's a house, and let's say there's a path and there's a bush on the one side and a giant rock on the other, and the door in front of you, and you need to find the key. Maybe there's a smaller rock on the porch, and maybe there's a mailbox. And so what you do is you say, examine mailbox, and oh, you find a key inside. So you try that on the door, and it works, and you go into the house. It's just like that. Or you lift up the small rock and find out it's a fake rock that has a secret compartment in it. You open it up, and you know. Whereas in a full text parser, fully interactive text adventure, or even a graphical point and click adventure, you might have to solve some puzzle to be able to. Maybe it's a combination, and you have to find the combination somehow to get to open the rock to be able to do that. In this case, it's going to be really simplified because we don't have any way of picking up stuff and carrying stuff around. I mean, there will be a kind of a thing though, and that is you're on this path, uh, and maybe there's a stick on the ground, and that's kind of a bad example. Um, there's a sword on the ground, and maybe I say, do you want to pick up the sword or do you want to leave it on the ground? And you decide to choose leave it on the ground. You know, you go further on down the road and you get eaten by a troll, right? But if you choose pick up the sword, you go further down the road, you're confronted by a troll, but with this magic sword, you're able to easily stab him in the heart or something. It's that sort of thing, right? So that shouldn't be too hard to do, I think. Actually, it's kind of funny because um, the way I envision this is choose your own adventure doesn't have that much interaction with it. It's just you choose the path that you switch to. It's like the when you read the books, the actual books, and it tells you to go to page 73 or to page 25, and then you do that, and that's just like the most basic form. It's just presents you with a choice. You choose which direction you're gonna go, and then you see what happens. Um, so yeah. Um, in my earlier example with the house with the key, let's say it's let's say that the that it's in the rock, like I said, in the fake rock. Um, but you look in the mailbox first. Well, you might have a thing where you said where it says you don't find anything inside the mailbox, and then the option would be, go back to the front porch, right? So you go back to the front porch, and then you can select the mailbox again. You know there's nothing in there, but you can go back and forth. There might be something like that where you actually have a loop that's not like it's like some way you can't get stuck, like no, like not a bad ending. In a regular text adventure or choose your own adventure, you might have several bad endings where you go. So I'm not sure if I'll even put any endings in here, or if they'll just do a circular a thing where you like go back, where you can go back to explore the other options. That won't be an actual dead end. Um, this way, as I'm designing the games later, and if there's something I think of, or if there's something I include on the earlier version, I can still include it in the later version because you won't be stuck. It won't be an ending. You won't necessarily have died. In fact, that might be what I should do. Now, if you remember the old Sierra Online games, they um, they had deaths very often. In fact, it was kind of part of the comedy of it. There was a funniness to it. They usually have some sort of funny death scene or death message or whatever, and then you'd have to restore a saved game or restart. Of course, as time went on, we find out that that is very annoying, having dying all the time, and where they basically kind of took the death out of it. It's like getting stuck. It's like in those early ones, there could be a key that you needed, but there would be no way of getting back to the key to take the key because you went on to some other like location or something that you couldn't physically go back and pick up the key because you missed it. And you have to go all the way back. You'd have to either go back to a save game if you saved often, which you had to most of the time, but you'd have to go several iterations back or restart whole sections. If you didn't save very often, or restart the whole game even, and that got highly annoying. And so remember, LucasArts in fact, they had LucasArts the Secret of Monkey Island had a joke, a Sierra style joke, and you're at a cliff or whatever, and somehow you go off the cliff, and then the pop up message then says something like you stepped off, and it was some stupid funny message, but then a minute later, Guybrush like springs back up because he hit a branch or something that was springy, and then and so they kind of made fun of the Sierra death scene by turning it into a joke and saying that we don't do that kind of thing basically. And so and part of their in their manuals and stuff was a thing saying that they don't punish you for making the wrong decision. So you could do stuff that could lead to the wrong decision, but you would never you wouldn't die, so like you wouldn't be stuck, and you also wouldn't be stuck at a they wouldn't make it to where you couldn't go back and get something if you had to get it. If it was important, you could still go back to it in some way. So I'm thinking of doing that from the get go, where you don't have any dead ends, and you don't you don't necessarily have bad endings because that's like a stuck thing. It's like, oh, now I have to go through all of that crap again, and maybe you don't want to play it again, that sort of thing. So, anyways, I don't know why I started going off on that, but that's kind of what I'm doing right now. We're doing the choose your own adventure, and so yeah. Okay, so let's go to see this. glowing part on my face. Back to when I switch back to OBS, it turns off. Why? Because my screen's mostly dark. Anywho, let's go back to the desktop. There you can see Enchanted Lands design notes. And so right now I need to go through and I need to write the location. I wonder if I can open it like a separate window. I don't know if I can. Uh, New window. Okay. I mean, that will work. Always on top. No. Window. I wish there's a way to tile windows. But that's alright. So what we can do here is, let's do this. And let's make them about the same size. Here. Yeah, that's about the same size. Maybe. Right? That's about right. Well, that's about right there. Okay, let's do this. That way, on here, I can go down here to my list, and here I can. So we're gonna go scan here, and we're gonna find the different actual locations. Night school is a location, but it's not a individual room, individual place. So we're gonna see if we can find, like for instance, the inside of the train. What else? Anything else I can find? Okay, so okay, so let's call this place where all the hotels and shops and restaurants are. Let's call this what do we call it? Something market, right? The Renaissance Fair, because you're in a Renaissance fair practically. Actually, that might actually be kind of a funny way to do it. In fact, part of the funniness, I could have a Renaissance fair as a separate like locate separate location where they're holding a Renaissance fair in a what is essentially a medieval style kingdom. So they're being Renaissance in the Renaissance, you know, so to speak. Um, but anyways, what would you call it? It's like a shopping center. It won't be a center though because it would be a center, but it's not like a center. It's not like a hub. It's not like a mall or something. Hmm. Let me look something up here, which I realize I'm copying from something, but it'll be fun. What is? Wait, let's see something here. I know. I kind of know. I know what it is. It's a place in the Harry Potter franchise, but I'm looking at here. Lizarding Alley and shopping area behind London, England. It's hidden from the Muggle world and accessible only to wizards and witches. The alley is situated behind a pub called the Leaky Cauldron. The entrance is gained by tapping a brick in the wall in a particular pattern. Okay. Large area, essentially center of wizarding London with a variety of restaurant shops and other sites. The alley is completely hidden from the Muggle world. Okay, I got it. Shops and services, and sort of, and this isn't from my whole thought about this deal isn't from that. My whole thought about my thing is that it's the way the Enchanted Lands is laid out. You know, Disneyland and Disney World, Magic Kingdom, right? Has it's got four lands. It's got a hub in the center, and then it's got Main Street, which has like shops and things on it. And this is since this is a Magic Kingdom turn tourist resort, it sort of has a similar setup. It's going to be a little bit more cloverleaf in design, though. In other words, you're gonna have like um, could let me see something here. Let's run. Could actually do it in Blender, but that's funny. I actually have to just do it in Blender because do everything else there. I don't know if I'll do any actual 2D. Let's do 2D animation because I'll be using grease pencil, and I'm just using it for a. Let's see, did that? Why is it not working? Oh, oops. Okay, so it was already working. It was just taking too long to start up. Maybe because of all the programs I have running. I haven't even actually played with grease pencil since I downloaded 4.3 and since I've started using Linux. Actually, let me go find something real quick here somewhere. Hold on a second. There it is. There it is, and there it is. There we go. Okay. So I haven't. I've only plugged in my old Wacom or Wacom, I guess Wacom tablet. Let's see if it actually works here. I had to install drivers and stuff before, so I don't know if I have to install a separate driver in Linux if this will even work. And it seems to work, and it seems to work quite well, actually. Um, here. So strength. Let's increase the strength a little bit. Yeah. Okay, there. That's good. Okay. Let's see if the eraser works. Eraser work? The eraser works. This is cool. This is even better than what I do in Windows. Windows, this is an old driver, and now it's not really a problem to install an old driver, but you have to make sure you find the driver and then configure it. And I guess I don't really have to configure this just yet, although I suppose probably in preferences or in whatever the equivalent of control panel is. It's not really control panel, but it's kind of like control panel in Windows. So there's probably a tablet setting. But here you can see my tablet. It's a old Wacom. I want to say Wacom because that's when I looked at it. That's how I pronounced it. But you know, Wacom. Intuos 3. So it's quite old now. It's like from 20, I don't know, 15 or earlier. It's earlier than 2015 though, I think. 2015? No, not 2015. It's way earlier than that. Like 2010. 2010? 2010. So this thing is like, I don't know, 14 and 15 years old. Okay, so this is the way I had this set up, okay? This is just just like a four-leaf clover, right? Okay. And then down here you have the stem, right? So that's kind of what I was picturing for my game. It might have a hub here. It looks like a poorly drawn flower, but you kind of get the idea, right? So down here, let's remove all that. I don't remember how to clear everything, so I'll just have to erase it here, which the eraser seems to work pretty well on here. In fact, this works really well. I'm kind of surprised. I didn't have to really do much setup here. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. I moved something. Let's do a control Z. No. Oh, that's right. I went out of was it camera view? I don't know how to get this back. So right now I'm in a 3D view right now. Do. What do I do? I have to look up here, camera. Wait. There we go. I kind of forgot here. Okay. See, Control Y should redo. No, Control Y. That's right. Blender doesn't have a redo on it with Control Y. It might have a redo, but I don't know what it is. Okay, let's erase this again. Or I could put keyframes in it, like when you're doing an animation, since this is a, animator. Okay, so we'll do it sort of like this. We'll do it like straight up, like that, right? And we'll do this, this, and this. This is just to give you an idea of the room, like something like that. And that's all. In a sense, it's almost how Disneyland. Excuse me for a second. Looks like a dirty picture. Apologies. Let's just make it a circle. All right. Yep. Okay, so like over here you have, and I'm calling it night school now instead of Knights Academy. Night school. That's a little play on words. And over here we have Princess Prep. Okay. Down here we have Wizard U. And let's write it down. Okay. Actually, I have to scoop back a little bit just so I can put this down in here. Wizard U, or Wizard University. And we have Fairy God College. Okay, pardon my crappy handwriting. And down here we have, where's it at? Okay, down here we have all the hotels and shops. Right. Grand Enchanted Landing will be somewhere over here. GEL. That is the main hotel, and even it's closed up, but we get to actually go inside it at some point. And then, okay, so all along the Delia is just going to be like, it's going to be like a street of, you know. Now, I could do the funny joke of calling it the Renaissance Fair, considering that it's in a Magic Kingdom, which is like a medieval kingdom, even though it's fantasy. I might do that. That might be kind of a funny thing to do. Or the reason I was looking up Diagon Alley is because I was wondering, what the alley part of it is. Of course, it's not really an alley inside the whole area. It's more like a center. Like they have a circle and everything. I went to the Universal Studios, Universal Islands of Adventure, the Diagon Alley part, and that it was pretty cool, themed and everything. But so basically, all of your shops and stuff. Anyways, I was thinking that you could think of some funny name for the quote unquote alley. Diagonal alley, but it's not diagonal, and it's too on the nose for. Let's close that and don't save. So, if anybody can think of a name, I'd be willing to listen. I have to come up with it though. Let me stream again. Okay. Streaming again. Back that from break. Okay, I know you're seeing that, but okay. Anyways, so any suggestions for what that whole street could be? Renaissance Fair, uh, I always get that. Maybe it's this. RENAI. Okay, I'm right. RENAISSANC. The Renaissance Fair, Main Street. Maybe I could call it Orthogon Alley for some stupid reason. Um, that would kind of make a little joke on Diagon Alley for those that know what it is. Because it's orthogonal, it's not diagonal. I don't know that the one in Harry Potter is supposed to be diagonal. Maybe it's just supposed to sound cool or something. I don't know. Orthogon Alley. Here, let's say Main Street, or maybe Orthogon Alley. Yeah, I might put that in there as a little in joke there. The Renaissance Fair itself is going to be kind of funny because they're going to. One of the questions you're going to ask somebody a question, you're going to be like, "Why do you call yourselves a Renaissance Fair again? Isn't Renaissance fairs supposed to represent medieval kingdoms back when uh, horse-drawn carriage and the Age of Knights and blah blah blah, and this is a magic kingdom which also has knights and horses and all this kind of stuff. Um, and then they'll kind of act like, well, duh, that's why we're the Renaissance Fair because that's you know. Anyways, I don't know how to make that funny or make it sound funny to you. To me, it sounds kind of funny, you know, because it like isn't the whole kingdom the Renaissance Fair? You know, and then they'll be kind of indignant, like, no, this is the only Renaissance Fair. This is the Renaissance Fair. Anyways, that's I might leave it like that. Not use the little Harry Potter joke. Uh, here, let's close that. My roadmap. Okay, so at this point, where is? Oh, okay. Okay, so at this point, I'm trying to find all the locations. So, Magic Kingdom, administration has closed, which is the actual castle. Administration is done from the castle, which is, and I do have it written down in here that the castle is in the clouds. So at some point, you're going to be going into the castle in the clouds. In fact, at some point, and I don't even have the machine as a major device here in the story, but it is supposed to be what Max is doing. Max is supposed to be building a giant machine that allows him to open all the portals to all the worlds, all the realms, so that he can conquer all of them. So that's actually obviously going to be a grand enchantment. You know what? Um, I can also put like the locations, the rooms are going to be the individual things in the location. For instance, Scarborough Fair Chicken might have the front where you have like the tables and stuff and the cashier and someone to take your order, and then the back might be the kitchen, right? Um, so that might actually have two locations in it. Of course, the administration castle is going to have multiple locations. Like you're going to have the throne room, and the throne room is actually a big meeting room. Um, you're going to have the the thing that handles like what do you have in a what do you have in a theme park, right? Um, you can buy tickets, so you can buy you. Okay, so the deal is though is you get into the kingdom uh, by buying you buy your ticket into the kingdom, and it has Quicksilver in it, and it allows you to open a portal to go through to Enchanted Lands. Uh, but maybe they have a room in there that like processes all the coupons, that accepts all the coupons or whatever. When they activate it, they get the coupons come back magically, sort of like I don't know, letters in Santa's workshop. How they show in a lot of movies and stuff, where the letters like fly to Santa's workshop, and then somehow they gather into a mailroom, or they come through his chimney or some such. That could be how you do that. In fact, I could do a lot of little stupid Harry Potter style jokes in it. Like for instance, the owls that bring the mail. Well, the owls can bring the coupons there, or the tickets, I should say. John gets into the world with a coupon though, because uh, uh, because of how Hubert's recruiting him. He goes and gets his favorite candy bar. He opens it up. It's a silver ticket, aka the golden ticket from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, but it's silver in this case because it's the magical mineral Quicksilver. And really, it's a coupon for a free chocolate bar. Okay, so should I don't know, should I go and start thinking up like locations that can be in these locations here, actual rooms, or should I yeah, and these are actual locations, right? Forest of Forgetfulness, the Gnome Kingdom, the Dwarf Mines, Scarborough Fried Chicken is a location, Bats in the Belfry Motel is a location, the Great Enchanted Landing. These are all locations. And then they're divided up into rooms. And so, yeah, this is actually fine here. So let's see if we can find any other locations and rooms as I have them in here. Originally, I was going to have ChatGPT do it, but the free stuff is only in short period of time at short bursts. In other words, my next opening for using ChatGPT 4.0 is in at 5:25, and I won't be working then. I'll be probably eating supper or something. But so I was going to have it go and analyze and pull them out. Well, I used up my time for that today, and so I can't use that. In fact, the dumb part is before it would default back to GPT-3, but now it does a different thing, and so now it says to either start a new chat or upgrade or something, or start a new chat or continue. No, start a new chat or upgrade. Why? Because I'm no longer in the freebie part of that. Before it'll just default to the other model, and then I would still be able to use it. But apparently, I can't do that now. Anyways, so right now, unless I want to wait till tomorrow, to do the same short thing there, or see if I can find a way of feeding the document into like Grok or something. Maybe I could do that too. I'm not sure. Um, Maybe I should ask it if it'll do that, because really, this kind of thing is this is something that's kind of repetitive and kind of slow for a human, but the AI could do it pretty quickly, and it's not coming up with anything. It's just going through my documents here that I already wrote down, and then pulling out like the locations or whatever. So, uh, let's try something for just a quick sec here. I can use everything. I can even use Brave AI search tool. Although that's more, it uses the internet search results when you're asking it, so it may not work in it. Let's check out Grok here. Oh, I'm already in Grok. Okay. Chat history. Focus, what? Focus mode. What's this? New chat. Okay, let's do a new chat. Could I upload a document for you to analyze? Which contains notes for my game that I need certain information rather quickly. Question that. Yes, you can upload a document for analysis. If your document contains notes for your game, you can use various tools designed for document analysis. For instance, apps like Ask Your PDF allow you to upload PDF documents and query them for specific information, providing a quick summary, answering direct. Another option is to use note-taking applications like Evernote and Google Docs for organizing. Okay, I meant upload here and have you analyze it. I'm sorry, but not able to directly upload or analyze documents here. However, I can provide guidance for suggest tools based on it. Huh, that's interesting. Okay. So, at least, maybe if I'm not, maybe I can't do it if I'm not premium, right? Because I heard that Grok could do it, especially Grok 2. But, apparently it's not gonna let me, media. Huh. I wonder. Let's try it anyways. Let's see what happens if it just says, sorry, you got to upgrade your premium, or I can't do that, or let's just see what happens, right? No? Okay, so it only uploads media, like images and stuff. Files, but not documents. I heard you could do that. Or is that specific to premium, to X.com premium members? Let's see what it says. Is indeed a feature most commonly associated with the premium users. According to the post found on X, uploading documents or files beyond simple images or videos is generally a premium feature. However, the specific can change, so it's best check X.com. Right. Let's see something more. X. Let's look at X Premium. I'm not going to upgrade. I'm just going to look at it. Basic, $267 a month. Oh. Encrypted highlights tab, edit posts, post longer videos, longer posts. $7 is actually not $8 like it used to be. It's $7. That's actually not too bad. Half ads in for you and following. Larger reply boost, get paid. Grok 2 AI Assistant, X Pro Analytics Media Studio, creator subscriptions. See, 168 bucks. I mean, I don't really have the money to do that, but even 14 bucks a month is still better than ChatGPT's 20 bucks a month. Everything premium and fully ad-free, largest reply boost, right articles, radar. That's cool, but the seven bucks a month, $84 is not too shabby if I had the money. I don't really have the money right now. In fact, I might even be running out of money for the internet here in a few months. So compare. Let's see. Premium plus. I need to go and give me a second. Here, let's switch to what am I doing? Oh, here. Switch to this. And let me mute my mic for just a second. For a few minutes. I'll be right back. Apologies for that. That was a emergency bathroom break, which happens if you've been drinking too much coffee too fast. And I still got some. Okay, so where was I? Oh, yes. Okay. Let's do something here. Means this one needs to be here. All right. All I'm doing is okay. That will probably be okay. And we're gonna put this up on top and this down here. Okay. Okay, so before I continue on with the thing about the locations, I'm kind of thinking maybe what I should do is I should just do a little work on the actual game. Uh, at least the preliminary, like the first character. Okay, so originally the first character, in fact, the only character that you were gonna play was the John character, John Thomas character. So he was the main character, your point of view character, and yeah, let's do that. Okay. All right. Anyways, so the first character was John Thomas. Here, let's go to desktop. The hmm, the first character was going to be John Thomas, and it was going to be from his perspective. It's just going to be a standard single player character game, and then and actually that's not entirely true because one of my favorite games is Day of the Tentacle, and in it you play the three characters, right? Um, Bernard, Hoagie, and Laverne, and you get to switch in between them at various times. In fact, you get to pass inventory items in between them and whatnot, and be able to affect each other. And I thought that was really cool and funny and all that stuff. So my game was kind of thinking that I was thinking multiple characters, and in fact I was thinking all the heroes and all the villains, even though the villains don't win in the end. Still might do that, but um, so your first character that you're going to encounter was going to be John from our world, right? So it's going to be one of those deals where was going to be one of those deals where it start okay. So usually these stories, um, like in your favorite movies and everything, well, it actually applies to books too because it probably started with novels first. But basically, you start at this sort of status quo, this sort of kind of ordinary, boring life kind of situation, um, minding your own business when something kind of shakes up the world a little bit and it presents a problem to the main character. So if you think of even like Lord of the Rings, you know, hobbits, they're generally simple creatures, and you know, they like ale and eating food, and mostly stay away from water except for the river hobbits or whatever. And um, so but then something happens that kind of turns their world around, right? And Frodo is kind of tasked with this deal about carrying the ring um, to Rivendell, right? And so the whole idea is that it's this character that that's kind of happy with his life, or his life is kind of normal, boring. Like in like Star Wars case, Luke uh, wants to join the rebellion, or he wants to go. I think he, the way that they talked, he wanted to go to like Imperial Academy or something. But maybe the rebels had their own academy. I don't know how that worked. I don't remember exactly the story, but he wanted to enroll in the academy, right? So he could become a space pilot or whatever. And so he's kind of stuck on this boring rock of a planet out, you know, out in the furthest reaches of space, and he's bored with his life until something happens where these two droids end up landing on his planet and kind of end up in his employ, right? So these kinds of stories, I could actually go through a thing where Star Wars, and I'm really talking about the original, less than Empire: Return of the Jedi. But how Star Wars is like Lord of the Rings, and there's tons of different deals, uh, different like allusions to, like Mount Doom is the Death Star, you know, Death Doom. They're kind of linked, you know. If you looked at if you looked at the laser that comes out of the Death Star, um, it looks like a crater. So the dish kind of looks like a crater. So if you stood it up on its side, um, the Death Star would kind of look like a volcano, right? So you're thinking Mount Doom. It's kind of similar deal. Obviously, it's different enough that it's its own thing, partly due to the fact that it's in space. But you can say Obi-Wan Kenobi is like Gandalf, and um, you can say Han Solo is like Aragorn, and and Chewbacca is like Legolas and Gimli, like mixed, right? Sort of, you know, loosely speaking, right? You can kind of see how that kind of works, you know. Even the fact that Princess Leia is the only woman in the original Star Wars, quote unquote, A New Hope, um, is like, you know, Arwen's like, except for Galadriel, obviously, but Arwen's the only female, at least initially, that you kind of hear a little bit about. Actually, I don't know for sure if Arwen's in Fellowship or not. I don't remember if she's actually in there. But I think, right, it's when Frodo is stabbed and they're at Weathertop, and then so I think she's actually in, I think that's, I'm not sure, but I think that's still in Fellowship, right? Of course, it's after it's after the Council of Rivendell, but so yeah. Anywho, so you can kind of map characters to characters in Lord of the Rings, and sorry that I went off on that tangent, but so this kind of deal where this is kind of normal, boring life, or this regular life. Maybe they're dreaming of doing something cool and fun and adventurous, or maybe they're not. Maybe they want to be left alone and stuff, but they're dragged into this. So John's character is kind of like that. He's from our world, and he's lives kind of this normal, boring life, and um, he's a little introverted, or maybe he's not introverted, but maybe he's got social anxiety like I do, maybe. But and so he lives in books. He likes to write, that sort of thing, and likes to be by himself mostly. And so but then he gets pulled into this Magic Kingdom, and so that's what that. Okay, so let's go back to the story. That's when I was going to start with at the story. The story was he's not only the point of view character, he's the first character you meet. And in some cases, depending on how I make or made the game, um, he would have been the only character that you actually played, and so you'd be playing John as he goes through this thing. But now I got all the different storylines, and if I make them all playable, your first character is actually going to be Hubert, because um, Hubert actually needs outside help. Why? Because everything's beyond his control. He was friends with the king. The king starts acting strangely, unfriendly to him. He closes down everything, the schools and everything. And they had this really good thing going on before, and everybody was happy, and everybody had fun coming to the Magic Kingdom, and you know, um, some people would come for just a regular vacation, like to a hotel, the pools and the restaurants, and like sometimes like you would. You'd even sometimes come down here over by Disney World, and you might not ever go into Disney World or Universal or whatever. You might just be coming to the restaurants and the hotels and stuff, and to have a relaxing thing, and that's part of the thing that I put into Enchanted Lands. That some people would be there just to relax, right? And some people would be to live out their fantasies, like being a princess or slaying a dragon or becoming king. That could be a fifth land. That would break up my um, my cloverleaf idea. Although, if uh, if the hub were was where you could actually get to the administration castle, like through teleportation, or um, maybe the hub has the flying trains, because there are flying trains in my game here. Um, I could add this as a room or as a location or a scene in the game, where normally to get to the administration castle in the clouds, you'd have to go to the hub to actually find some way up there, magic portal or a flying train or whatever. And that's something I just thought of, and that doesn't sound like a bad idea actually. Um, because you still have a hub. It's like Main Street. It's like where the castle is in Disneyland and Disney World. The castle is in the central hub, in front of Main Street, and then the lands are all like around it. So I could still do my cloverleaf idea, where each of the lands are spread out except for the center one, which is where you become king for a day, or become royalty. It can be king and queen, because you'll have like boys and girls there and stuff like that. And in fact, I could make a little crack about how we still use the terms ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, whereas some theme parks no longer do that. But anyways, that's beside the point. Um, okay, so now we have Hubert being the first character. I should say chronologically the first character, the first thing that happens, because he can't trust anybody, except for, like, he has a friend. The Count is his one of his friends, one of his old friends, and so our heroes actually operate out of the Count's motel, Bouts and Belfry Motel, and so uh, so what was I saying? Anyways, he doesn't know who he can trust, and so he decides he's gonna bring in somebody from outside. And when I mentioned before that I had part of a backstory, where our main character is actually a prince, and he actually belongs there. And the whole idea is that's how he could actually get into Enchanted Lands, even though he's got the coupon. In fact, I could make a deal where the coupon is just a coupon. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't have any Quicksilver or nothing in it. Because at one time there was a thing where he had a coin. He rubbed the coin and it opened a portal, which had the metal in it, had the magic in it. And then another one where he maybe had an amulet or something that that he was given when he was born, and so he didn't know where it was from. At least this was one of the earlier stories. This was my seventh gem story, which was similar. I also had one that I called Quartermain, and and I kind of do this thing where I come up with names kind of based on, I don't know, based on attributes and stuff. Um, or actually, I'll come up with a story based on the name, right? You know, there's like what Alan Quartermain and King Solomon's Mines, right? That was an old book that got made into a bunch of different movies. And so Quartermain, I was thinking, I like the name Quartermain, and I was just thinking in my head, well, what if Quartermain described this this kingdom or this land that's divided into four parts, and um, there's this giant machine that in order to reunite the realms, they have to turn on this machine. And actually, now that I think about it, this is kind of similar to what Deathgate Cycle, which were novels about these worlds that were separated, called the Sundering, and you know, so maybe I got that idea from that. But anyways, Quartermain was the main was like the hub, the central main part of the land, and then the other ones that were broken up, there were either in different locations physically or like different dimensions or some different realms or something. And then you had to find a way of actually pulling them back together. And then there's this huge machine. That's where the machine came from. So yeah, so I had all these different like other stories that I wrote before I came up with this. And so anyways, now chronologically, the story starts with Hubert. Okay, so now let's go back to something that I said earlier. I don't know if anybody's interested. I don't know if anybody's still listening. Maybe a couple of my friends there in game designers on Libera.chat network. Maybe they're still listening. But if you're interested, so usually when you write a story, this is why I was telling you about the thing about Hobbit, Frodo and Sam, or Luke Skywalker or whatever, when they start at their ordinary life and it's turned upside down and then they go on an adventure. Because most movies, at least, because I was reading about screenplays, and I'm sure they do that a lot with novels too, which is stories. You're telling the story at the most important part of the story, or how should I say it, the most relevant part. For, uh, for instance, Star Wars, um, its most important part, its most important story element, is not the three quote unquote prequels that happened before it. Which back in the day there wasn't even any prequels. It was just Star Wars, and then they retitled it A New Hope when they reran it in theaters and then subsequently on video. But so the big important moment in the Star Wars universe is the fact that the Empire is building a super weapon capable of destroying planets. It's like rumored that they are building this weapon, and they don't even know it exists. Uh, that's why Han Solo thinks the Death Star is a moon when he first approaches it. So, the most important moment in the Star Wars timeline of the original movie is this time, just when the plans for the Death Star, the most important thing. So they're building the super weapon that capable of destroying planets, and then Princess Leia manages to get a copy of the plans and then sticks it in R2 and C-3PO, and then launches them in an escape pod. They launch an escape pod and go to Tatooine, where R2 has a mission by Princess Leia to go find Obi-Wan. So this is what makes it the most important moment. The most important moment in that is that the fact that the rebels now have access to the Death Star plans so that they can find a weakness to destroy it. Okay, so this is kind of the big deal when you know about the stories. The stories are the most important part of the point at which you tell a story is the most important part of the story. So, like, if we go back to Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring, right? You have the little backstory about Isildur and the ring, and how he was supposed to, how Sauron basically created these, or how they created these rings, and then they gave them out to these people, and then Sauron managed to get his hands on the one ring, uh, and uh, and the ring. Well, okay, I don't remember the whole story because it's been a while since I actually read the books or watched the movies, but um, so essentially its its backstory, which is important on its own. Like if they like made a movie of what happened up until the point of where the Isildur kind of took over the ring and got tempted by it and stuff, and it took him over, kind of, so to speak. Um, they would have their important moment would be when the rings were forged or something. But what I'm saying is the most important point of uh, of the Fellowship of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, or sixth trilogy, or one, or the story, you'd say, because to Tolkien it was like one book, right? And begrudgingly he put it into 6 volumes, 3 volumes with 2 books each or whatever. But so the most important is when the ring is found, when when um, Smeagol Smeagol, that was his Hobbit name, right? Smeagol. Anyways, when he finds the ring, and that's kind of like the most important part of the story, starting the story. And actually, the Hobbit is before it, and so it really it's not the most important point of Lord of the Rings. That's of the Hobbit, but the important part is that fact that Sauron, through his minions and his ways, found that the ring has been found, and that's when Bilbo finds the ring, but then he holds on to it for a long time, right? Before before Sauron knows that before Sauron finds out he has it. So that's the main important point in the story. So when it starts up, the main important point of the story, of telling the story, is the fact that the ring has been found, and that Sauron is after it, and that it comes into Frodo, and then it starts all the events, right? So with that in mind, that's how I was uh, writing the story. So the big important part here is John being brought into Enchanted Lands, and that's supposed to be your point of view. That's supposed to be your starting point. The most important point to tell in the story is that point, and that the prequel part, the stuff that happened before that leads up to the events, is not the most important part of the event. But in this case, it still kind of is, because what happened before was Max came to try to take over. He wanted to take over. I think he wanted to raise an army. I don't remember exactly what I had for the story there. If he was gonna, he wasn't interested in all the realms or something, but he was trying to raise an army so he could conquer Enchanted Lands, I think, and run it, I think, for his own nefarious purposes. Anyways, I didn't flesh out that story super much, but it was kind of a similar story. And so the most important point here is these certain events that are actually the most important point in the story to start the story. So the story starts when uh, when the king starts closing up schools. He starts acting weird. The dragons start um, abducting people. People start disappearing, including tourists. Um, and then there's a rumor that there's someone that was banished a long time ago is back in the realm, and things are just generally going bad. So most all the schools are closed up. Fairy God College has been turned into a training school for witches, but it's technically closed up too. Knights Academy, they're actually training with real weapons instead of enchanted, weapons for like tourists to go and have fun for the day and not really do any real damage or anything. but just so they can have the experience. And so that now they're using real weapons, and and the dwarf mines have been shut down. And so this is kind of like the important moment for the story to start. The story starts with this, okay? And then so um so if you think about it, let's think about it like Star Wars. Um its inciting incident is when it's chasing the Imperial Corvette, which is a ship that they stole from the Empire, um that has Princess Leia and the Death Star plans, which she transfers to R2D2. So this is the inciting incident part where it sets everything into motion. So this where they gather. So in my story, the thing that sets everything into motion is this fact that basically the Enchanted Lands virtually closes down, and bad stuff is going on, and mysterious things are going on. So, okay, this how does this go back to? I guess I'm not going to get to much anything else today because I'm just talking my ears off, my mouth off, or whatever, and instead of doing any actual work. So, yeah, I don't know how that's gonna work out. Um, as far as updates go, there's nothing to update today because I didn't get much done today. That's okay though, because tomorrow I still have tomorrow. Um, but anyways, so the important part is that now. So okay, so if I look at it correctly, I'm still doing the right thing. I'm still doing the right thing by the story because Hubert sees all this stuff happening and he realizes he can't rely on anybody in the lands, except for his old friend the Count. But that we don't meet him until later. But that he needs some outside help, and so he goes and tracks down John, who is into writing. He's into fantasy. He's kind of keeps to himself, and he's kind of perfect for this kind of adventure. So he allows John to come into Enchanted Lands, into the Sunny Nexus. I call it the Sunny Nexus of Realms. It's just something I made up because I was trying to think of something for the brochure, slay dragon, become a princess, that sort of thing, or stay at one of our many fine hotels, situated in the Sunny Nexus of Worlds. And the backstory on that, it's not really backstory, but it's just I just kind of came up with this little thing where the Sunny Nexus, the Nexus basically is this place that had basically the magic coming from it, and so they built Enchanted Lands in this Nexus. So and then of course the magic comes through the ore called Quicksilver, or nicknamed Quicksilver. It could have like a scientific name, a pseudoscientific name. Um, but yeah. Anyways, what was I getting at? So it kind of works. The inciting incident is when the school closes down. The schools close down, the hotels and the restaurants close down, except for one eating establishment called Scarborough Fair Chicken, and he needs to get somebody to come and help him because he can't really do it by himself. He needs some eyes and ears, and he needs some help from people. So the first guy he picks is John, who, like I said, he's shy. He's into fantasies, into writing, and etc. And so he figured he's the perfect candidate to come in and to help him out. And then if I go with my one of my old story ideas where he's actually a prince, that means he actually belongs there, and that's also why Hubert picked him, because he knew who he was in the beginning, but he won't tell him till the end or something. Anyways, so that still works. Uh, so part of this deal. Okay, so let's think of it like Star Wars again. I know I'm using Star Wars a lot. in Lord of the Rings because it's the only thing I can think of right now. I'm sure I can think of some other stories, movies, or books that I looked around. But so so your inciting incident here is everything closing down, and okay, so Star Wars. What happens is the Star Destroyer with Darth Vader on board is chasing down this Corvette that was stolen from the Empire, and has the Death Star plans on it by the princess, right? And then she transferred the plans to R2D2, who ejects and goes to Tatooine, right? Lands on the planet. So it's akin to the way my story is set up, where he comes in and he brings John into the realm instead of going out to someplace else, you know. Or the same thing with the with Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker is drawn in when the death of his aunt and uncle um, are linked to owning R2D2 and C3PO, and so that kind of brings him into um, Obi-Wan has to bring him uh, to Mos Eisley, where they can catch a ship going to Alderaan, right? Where you can get help. So it's kind of a similar deal. It's not exactly the same. And I didn't necessarily copy it, although I'm sure it's been in my head. So that's where the thought came from. So your inciting incident is that it's not unlike the rebels stealing the Death Star plans and then transferring to R2, which goes to Luke. And instead of my thing, he goes for outside help. He brings John in, and then the first thing that John's going to go to is he's going to go to the different schools. Now the ones that are open are okay. So they're all closed except for Knight's Night School. Night School is not technically closed, um, but now they're training real weapons and whatever for Max. Even though so that's the only one that's really truly open. Fairy God College is being run by Violet, and she's trying to turn the would be fairy godmothers into witches. And even though that's not actually open, like that, and Wizard U is not open, and Princess Prep is not open. But Princess Prep and Wizard U are actually really fully closed. Fairy God College is not fully closed. It's got people, it's got stuff going on inside it. Okay, and so some of the first puzzles you go through is you'll have to go through the various schools to assess, get some information and stuff, and that'll be part of your puzzles. So I guess the whole reason I was trying to tell you this was um, I was going to start on Hubert's story. So in a sense, I was going, well, originally he was going to start from John's perspective, and he was going to be your point of view, and we're going to start with him. But actually, we're going to start with Hubert, and in fact, it works better for a game anyways because you don't want too much opening cutscene. You don't want too much story in the beginning. You want to be able to play it as soon as you can play. However, you still might have. I mean, you're still gonna have a cutscene. You're gonna have a cutscene showing the school's closing and everything, and then showing Hubert. He's going to actually be in his home where he comes up with spells and whatever. In fact, I had a funny thing, and I don't know if I wrote it down here, but a hat system I thought would be hilarious. Where because I was thinking of Loom, and you know how Loom you construct the notes to make a spell, and you have to actually remember the notes unless you use an easy mode, which actually has a book that helps you remember the notes when you discover them. Well, I was thinking you'd have this hat thing where you'd have to wear a certain number of hats on your head with the certain configurations to be able to do certain spells, right? In Hubert's case, they're gonna only work like halfway, like literally halfway. It's like literally half of something if he's trying to conjure something up, it's only going to bring half of it or part of it in some cases. Uh, and so I was thinking it'd be pretty hilarious showing the characters putting on multiple hats, you know, trying to find the right spell or whatever. And anyways, so Hubert. Um, okay, so we got to start with Hubert, and okay, so this goes back to the thing, right? We'll have a cutscene. It will be fairly small. In fact, my thought is that what I want to do is I want to make the cutscenes at the end longer because at least for me, when I play an adventure game, part of the reward is actually seeing the next part of the story unfold. I know some people say it's, you know, exploring more areas and stuff, which is you do a lot of exploring in an adventure game, but the story is kind of the story is king in an adventure game, right? Story is the primary thing, right? So if you get revealed more story, and I know you can do this with exploring more areas or unlocking something, but typically is revealing the further the story, right? And so you get that little reward. So I figure um, super short at first, and then they get longer and longer, and at the end, it's still not going to be super long. I don't intend to make it to where you're like watching, you know, half an hour or something, or even 10 minutes. So it'd still be short, like a few minutes. But you're going to start with a few seconds, a couple of seconds, and then maybe like 5 seconds, and like maybe like 10 seconds, and maybe like 30 seconds, and like a minute, then a minute and a half, then 2 minutes. Maybe the end one is like 3 minutes or something. Maybe if that long. That might even be too long. But I was just saying, you get it's the dopamine hit thing, right? You watch it and then you get to see more of the story unfold until the very end, where you get the longest piece of story. But you still get to play a majority of it, and I still don't want to make the cutscenes too long. But so so yeah, so to get us started in at the instead of showing a cutscene where Hubert uh, presents the candy bar. He goes in, he buys the candy bar, he bites it, he goes into Enchanted Lands. Um, um, Instead, you're actually going to be playing it. Now, you won't be playing the closing part because that's the start. There's no puzzles there. It's just you're gonna have to look, and I'll have to somehow indicate that there's nobody really he could trust except for the Count. And I'm not sure how I'll introduce the Count. Maybe he's forgotten about him or something, or maybe it's just because of where he's at. Because the Count's on the outskirts of one of the areas, and sort of on his own. So basically, what's going to happen is uh, you're going to play Hubert at the start of the game, and you'll probably be in his hut or house or whatever you want to call it. Um, maybe you'll gather spells. I don't know if you will or not. But maybe I haven't thought about puzzles or anything, but probably there'll be a puzzle that where you set up this convenience store magically, and then you and it'll probably be short too. When you're playing to get you adjusted to the game, the little beginning part, it's gonna be super short to play too. So you're gonna find a spell. Maybe you'll be introduced to the hat system here, and there'll be a spell to uh, maybe to bring somebody here. And his halfway magic only works halfway, and so he figures he can't do it that way. But he figures maybe he can do it a different way, and that's by somehow setting up a convenience store or whatever, where John would just come in on his way and come in. So there'll probably be some puzzles related to how do you set up something when only half of your magic works. You know, when it doesn't work all the way, it works only part way. So there'll be some of that, but not, of course, not in this first choose your own adventure deal. In this choose your own adventure deal, I'll just be coming up with a deal that says he's in there. He looking up the spell to do such and such, and he did this, and you know, what do you want to do? You want to do this, or do you want to do this? And um, so that's I guess that's what I'll be doing tomorrow. So apology for just talking mostly, and not really doing a lot of work in here today. I know I should have, but that's just the way things go, I guess, for me. Sometimes I just go off onto tangents and I do things and I end up spinning my wheels. That's why this whole thing hasn't been made since 2005 when I thought it up. It's just, is that right? Yeah, that's right. So here, let's just close everything here. Here. And there's my face. Okay. So, um, So yeah, apologies for today not getting anything done today. This is where my map program or Kanban card manager can help you with exposition and multiple timelines. Keep up the good work. Oh, thanks, Bone Circuit. I didn't know you notice you were in there because I was looking at my screen and talking and spending all my time talking. But thanks for that advice. Yeah, here whenever I switch to OBS and I click in the chat, it doesn't work the first time. That's still not working. Why is it not working? There it's working. Okay. Um, yeah, I don't know a lot about that stuff, so I'll have to research it. I know what a mind map is though, and I'll look for suitable tools. Okay. Anyways, that's assuming he's still in there. Okay, so yeah, so apologies for just spending most of the time talking. I didn't get that much done today. But I guess you could say I still made a little bit of progress, meaning I know what I'm going to do tomorrow, I think. Um, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through and read Harold's um, his story arc, and then I'm going to try to come up with like a basic paragraph that says, you know, the schools have been closed, this is this, and this is this, and then you're in uh, Hubert's in a study, and he's looking around for some way to get outside help or something. You know, he can't trust anybody, so he's going out. So he's gonna find a way to get outside help. Would you like to go in? Would you like to go in to over to the bookcase, or would you like to, whatever? And then you'll have a thing. Would you pull out the spell book or go back to the study? You know, it'll be something like that. And I guess tomorrow what I'll do is we'll start out even if it's not the finished form, and I'll make a couple of rooms and make a couple of connections and see if I can't get an initial starting point for playing this part of the game. So, anyways, I want to thank you for listening or watching, depending on what you're doing, and um, apologies for the talking mostly. And but tomorrow I'm gonna get to work, and we're gonna do a little something, and we're gonna see if I can start generating a story. Hopefully, what I want to do by the end of the phase, which is the choose your own adventure phase, I want a complete story. It doesn't have to have a ton of locations, a ton of pages, but 5 or 6, 10 to 12 maybe. Maybe you can have all the locations that I had in that list, which I don't know, 12 locations, 10 locations, something like that. But where each is it's only one page, and where it's a total of 12 pages, but it still tells the whole story, because that's kind of the point here. The point here is it's still to start small. I'm not going to start on just a small project and blah blah blah, you know. But actually working on the game. But it will be a short like synopsis kind of thing uh, where it's like a one page short story, or it'll be several pages long of text, but where it's just really short, but it has the complete story, so you can play the whole narrative, and have the like the different options and stuff. And by the time I'm done, maybe it'll take a couple of weeks. Maybe it'll take a few days. Maybe I'll be able to just. Sometimes I'm able just to write, and put my my stuff on paper on whatever on screen or whatever rather quickly. So yeah. So hopefully we'll get to see something tomorrow, and we'll see stuff start progressing from there. Anyways, thanks for watching, listening, and I will see you tomorrow if nothing else happens. Like I don't know, we have to go somewhere or do something in the afternoon. And sometimes if I'm not able to make it in the afternoon, sometimes I'll be doing stuff in the morning. It kind of depends, but well, I'll see if I can keep doing these most days. Anyways, thanks again, and I'll see you tomorrow.